All right, good morning. We have four bills to discuss this morning. We have amendments to all of them, so the committee members have those. I'd like to start with HB 1131. That's okay with the subcommittee. Did you want to?
What?
Did you want to introduce this one? It's
Oh, sure.
you worked on it, so
Yes, I was filling in on the subcommittee on this one. And what the amendment does is instead of adding a specific organization to the list of ones that don't need, the ones that can have unlicensed practitioners or conditional practitioners for that matter, and simply described the type of organization that qualifies. So it's a organization that provides clinical mental health services, employs licensed practitioners, provides clinical supervision, and assumes responsibility. So we don't care if it's for profit or not for profit. That's really irrelevant to the type of organization to the type of business. But if they've got a structure of mental health services, including some licensed practitioners who can be the supervisors, then they're allowed to hire new graduates, unlicensed people, or people with conditional licenses and supervise them. And it gives them the umbrella of the organization to the work of the supervisee. And I thought the subcommittee thought that was the simplest way to address the issue.
guys, any comments? Yeah, I would agree that I think it's the easiest way to handle the situation. And I think from my personal perspective, I think it just does what the statute arguably already did, but there was some confusion around it. I think the language is much more clear and will hopefully help to solve any confusion.
Yeah, apparently a for-profit clinic was being treated differently than a not-for-profit clinic while doing the same type of work. And nobody thought that was an appropriate situation.
Yep. So if there's no further discussion from the subcommittee, I would entertain a motion if anybody has one on amendments 1071. If not, I'll move to adopt. Thanks, Fred. All right, so the motion is ought to pass on amendment 1071. All in favor, just hands is fine. 3-0, 4-0. Okay, so we'll recommend to the full committee the adoption, and then I will also move ought to pass with amendments. Any discussion on that? Or sorry, second first. Do I have a second? Thanks, Steve. All right, no discussion. All in favor of ought to pass with amendments? 4-0. Perfect. All right, that's 1131. Let's move to 1413. So this was a bill that came to us because there was some concern that licensed mental health professionals, when they assume responsibility for somebody, would be legally responsible for them outside of the purview of their professional kind of responsibilities when they're giving mental health services, and that didn't make any sense. So I just wanted to clarify it. We used language here that is also in actually the bill that we just did, which is RSA 330A34. And we just changed it to the supervisor shall assume professional, ethical, and legal responsibility for mental health services provided by the candidate in a written agreement on record with the board. So we added ethical and legal responsibility for mental health services provided, just to make sure that, they were only going to be held accountable when they're doing their job. And also, I wanted to keep the legal component in there because I do think that there should be some oversight and accountability. I don't think that they should be without that. So that's basically what this amendment does. Any comments from the subcommittee? Yes.
One comment is that we did get testimony that the other language in that section describing what a supervisory agreement was supported by the practitioners. And this leaves that language in there, which I think is better than just deleting it wholesale to get
Right.
deal with clarification.
Yes, this will replace the whole bill. So originally, this was going to delete an entire section of RSA, and instead of doing that, we're just fine tuning it to what the actual concern was. So I think it simplifies it a lot. So if there's no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion. Thanks, ought to pass. So the move is ought to pass on Amendment 1076. Do I have a second? Steve, thank you. Any discussion? I don't think so. All in favor?
Aye.
4. And then having adopted that, or recommending that, ought to pass with amendments, I'll move. Do I have a second? Fred? All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. We'll make that recommendation to the full committee, 4-0. All right. Third bill, 1079. Representative Prue, have you had a chance to look through it? Do you have any do you have concerns with anything in there? Okay, come on up and let us know.
Good morning. As we look on page 1, the line 23, it starts the definition of a critical incident stress management team. And it says, manage team of means the group of one or more trained volunteers, including members of a peer support group organized by a unit of the state, local, county government, or members of a union of emergency response public safety workers as defined, who offer critical incident stress management intervention. My team is actually started with Nashua Fire, but then branched out to become a non-profit standalone organization. Yes, we have union members, we have all those things in there, but we are not directly connected to a union or a city, town, or state.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look. I didn't ask for a change to that paragraph, so I don't
Okay.
know what happened there.
Right.
If something shifted. Was there something in there before that isn't there now? I just don't remember off the top of my head.
I don't think it connected everything to that.
Yes.
It says including members of peer
Okay.
support groups. It doesn't say only
All right,
members of peer support.
I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't touch that paragraph.
Okay,
So for the subcommittee's benefit, what we did is, in this amendment, if you look on page 2, we created G, emergency response public safety worker. We defined what that was so that when it's referred to in the rest of the statute, you can go back and know what it is that we're talking about when we say that. So it says emergency response public safety worker means any law enforcement officer certified under RSA 106L, certified county corrections officer, sheriff or deputy sheriff, state police officer, civilian law enforcement employee, civilian county corrections employee, any call, volunteer, or regular firefighter, civilian fire department employee, rescue or ambulance worker, including ambulance service, emergency medical personnel, first responder service, and volunteer personnel, hospital emergency department personnel, telecommunication communicators, and local dispatchers. So we added that section, so you can make note of that. The next one on H, we took into consideration Representative Schmidt's concern. We changed the language there from hospital emergency department personnel means staff rendering care, rescue support, and life-saving services while working for and or in the hospital emergency department. He had that concern that if it was an employee who was not actually in the emergency department at the time, that they wouldn't be included. So they can be working for, or they can be working in there at the time of the incident or the trauma and still have access to this. So we made that adjustment. Line 25, when we're talking about the certification standards, I wanted to add the Commissioner of Safety to the ICISF or similar organization, because I felt like if we're legislating this and overseeing this, there should be somebody in the government that's the contact point for that. And the Commissioner of Safety seems like the appropriate person to do that. So the Commissioner of Safety can review the training standards and things of that nature, and we do have some level of accountability there. So that's another thing that was changed. You can note that. If you've got concerns, let me know. Didn't change anything there. So Representative Priv, I still do have a concern. I tried to address it, but there didn't seem to be a good way to do it. We didn't change the language on line 4 of 3. Page 3, it's exactly what you gave to me.
Yep.
My concern is that if you want this to be accessible to retired persons, that isn't spelled out specifically anywhere. And we couldn't find anywhere to put it in this particular amendment.
Yep.
But that might be something that you want to give consideration to.
So I know that we mentioned retirees throughout it.
We do, but I think if you go back and you look at it, the retirees are people who are providing the services, not necessarily receiving the services.
Okay.
And so just keep that in mind when it goes over this. I can't do anything about it now. I was talking with the attorney, and she kept telling me, nor any person, so any person receiving the benefits, which is true, but it being a peer support group and not licensed professionals, they have to be a peer. And the argument, I think, could potentially be made that if you're retired, you're no longer a peer. It's possible to make that argument. And so if you want, and then you wouldn't qualify for the services, so you wouldn't be included in there. So I tried to get that resolved yesterday. We ran out of time. So that's just something you might want to keep in mind. But that's the language as it came to us. And those were the end of the changes. The rest of it is as it came to us. So any comments, Carol?
Just curious, you're talking about subsections G and H. They're already there.
We added G. So G is new.
No. G, right here on line 13 of the amendment. I only have the original amendment. Telecommunicator.
No, so it's changed here. I'll give you the. We're proposing something a little different.
I mean, I don't object to what you included, but I don't understand how it fits.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We need this anyway. You just added it in front of. Okay.
Right, exactly.
Fine.
Yeah, just to define what it is.
Thank you.
Guys, any comments or concerns? Okay. Is everybody in general support of the idea itself? So we've gone through the nitty gritty of it, but anyone have any concerns with the concept of the peer support groups? All right, if there's no further conversation in it, I would entertain a motion from the subcommittee. Your motion? Ought to pass? Okay, so the motion is ought to pass amendment 1096. Do I have a second? Thanks, Fred. All in favor of adopting the amendment?
Aye.
4-0. Okay. And someone like to make the motion other than me for ought to pass with amendment? Thanks, Fred. Do I have a second? Thanks, Steve. All in favor? All right, 4-0. TP. Okay. Okay, last one.
Thank you.
Let me get there. 1385. Representative Brown's here. So Representative Brown, did you want to walk us through the amendment?
Sure, thank you. Mr. Chair, we worked through a few questions at the subcommittee last Friday. I believe, as I looked at this, I looked at it Monday, but on page 1, on line 15 and 16, I thought we were going to take out commensurate training and experience in military occupational specialty as determined by OPLC because it appears later in the amendment. So I'm pretty sure that was supposed to come out, but I don't know that it's a problem having it in there because that's where I had put it, but the attorney had moved it. So pretty much on page 1, that was the only change that had been made.
It doesn't really affect it's not going to have a negative impact on the legislation
Because
overall, right?
if you look at page 3, it's on line 10, 11, and 12. It says they'll determine what that means under 332G7 1, Roman numeral 1. On page 2, on line 15, we tossed around the idea to make sure that this bill did include veterans because it wasn't listed on 3 A, B, C, D on page 3, but on page 2, we decided to put veterans into the title on line 15, changing it from and spousal temporary licensure to make sure veterans was in there. The attorney had put military service members and their families and veterans, and Representative Simon had some concern about what did and families mean, which I think is fair. So I changed that back to military service members, spouse, and veterans. And I haven't heard any throwback from the attorney on that.
Representative Brown, real quick, a question on that. When you go down another line, and maybe this isn't a concern, maybe it's just automatically included because it's in the title, but it says, the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification shall issue temporary licenses to a member of the armed forces or their spouse. Once again, veterans isn't listed there. Is that necessary, or is member of the armed forces adequate?
So the
come
Deputy
up.
Adjutant General might be able to answer that better,
Yeah.
but I think that
The look on his face said he wanted
Okay.
to say something, so.
I just want to be able to be
Yeah, please do.
available to answer. I don't have the language in front of me, but we had no issue with the language. I'll look at this.
and he may be able to clarify, I think, page,
Page 2, lines 16 and 17. I know that there's sometimes a difference in the language between active members and veterans, and I just want to make sure that what is listed will cover the veterans, because that's kind of the point.
right. I think that temporary licensure was more to handle when active military members are going in their 3-year changeover to a different base, that they can more easily get a license for their spouse.
So Representative, I think if you look at 310, and I'm not sure for sure, I think it's okay.
Okay.
I think if you look at 31016, specifically talks about the portability of licenses for military members who are transferred into the state. So I think we addressed the veterans piece earlier in this part of the legislation. So I think it's really two different things. I'll read this really comprehensively while you continue to talk to make sure that that's the case. But I know 31016 talks specifically about portability of licenses for spouses who follow their military member into the state based on orders.
Right.
So I think that's what that deals with. So I think we're okay in that particular section. I'll look to make sure veterans are covered in other parts of the bill. Just give me
Yeah,
2
the-
seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Your
oh, sorry.
program looks like it deals only with veterans. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So-
Representative Brown.
I think in one of the iterations, so on page, where you were on line 16 has changed to Roman numeral 1. And then on page 3, on line 3, Roman numeral 2 is added to that section of the law. And I had added E on there in one of the iterations where I just put veterans, and attorney from OPLC took that out. And I think we talked about this, that they felt that putting veterans in the title was adequate for that. I would kind of like to see an E in there that says veterans.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, once again, if you're comfortable with it and you think it's going to accomplish it, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure. That was the only thing when I was rereading through it that kind of jumped out at me as potential problem. And I
I
wanted
don't
to verify.
like, I don't see an issue with it. I mean, and again, some of this will be addressed in the administrative rules at OPLC. I don't want to speak for Director Courtney or the attorney, but some of it will be addressed in the administrative rules piece, and specifically the RFP that they're working to rewrite the rules will have significant input into that piece.
Yeah, we
but I-
just need
but
to
I
make
think
sure we've
we're
given
okay.
them the pieces to do it. So,
Yeah, yep, I think so.
okay. Anything else, Representative Brown?
No, I think just for Representative McGuire's edification, 332 G7 Roman numeral 1, we did have a change to that in this amendment, and it got taken out. That requires all boards to make rules regarding crosswalks and or matrices, which, according to Director Courtney, either hasn't been done or it's not anywhere near complete.
Hasn't been done would be my guess.
Okay, so she originally had put in an amendment, at the end of this amendment, she originally had put in that this amendment would have OPLC do all the rulemaking for that matrix creation for boards that are under OPLC. And then I said, what about the ones that aren't, EMS really specifically? And we decided that the subcommittee, because that was a late introduction, that we couldn't throw that into the amendment now because those boards wouldn't have known about this. So Deputy Adjutant General said he would be willing to bring that to the Senate, and we could try to do that as an amendment in the Senate. If, just again, to give you the history of that. So all of that is removed, that makes, I think that's what we talked about, and that makes sense, right?
That is what we talked about.
I think the EMT licensing it's national.
Mhm.
So there should be a good understanding of what the military training is, I hope.
So you're correct. If that was a question, you are correct. So on the Army side, if you are a combat medic, you're licensed in the National Registry of EMTs. And whether or not the state grants that license, and they should if they're in the National Registry, there are some caveats. You have to continue your CEUs. There's some other things to maintain that licensure. But you are correct, Representative.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when I first started researching this, I did talk to Bureau Chief at EMS, whose name escapes me, and he did say that there is some of that direct crossover, but that only applies to military members who are able to or required to get a national certification, which many of the medics are not still, if I understand that correctly.
So not all medics maintain that military occupational specialty. So there are some phlebotomists, for example, wouldn't necessarily be, a combat medic and maintain that EMT certification. There are some other caveats there, but they could be licensed to be phlebotomists. They
You
wouldn't
don't
be in
need
the
a
national.
license to be a phlebotomist.
I'm sorry.
There's no license required to be a phlebotomist.
Then I'll draw your blood a little later, Representative.
Nice.
Seriously, that's something that whoever hires you is responsible for making sure you're trained. It's not a state license.
Any other comments? Or
I-
I think that's pretty much it.
I
right?
think that's pretty much everything we talked about. I'm happy with it the way it is, as long as page 1, line 15 and 16, Attorney Osterhout
Yeah.
and Director Courtney are okay with that being duplicative, kind of. I don't
Right.
see it's a problem.
That's yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing we might be able to pull out later or in the Senate. So
Well,
since we're gonna have to amend it anyway.
I think the maybe whatever. I don't think it's necessary, but I don't think it's a problem.
Well, we're not gonna touch it anyway. That'll be something they have to do on the other side of the wall, I suppose, if they want to.
Well, if you simply wanted to delete it, we
Yep.
could get a quickly revised amendment.
Mhm.
But if you're happy with it, we can just leave it there. For example, you could keep
It's-
your training as a phlebotomist and show it to the hospital. Or the Red Cross. There you go.
The only thing I'll say is that the attorney had moved that out in one of the iterations, and I'm not quite sure how it, well, we had a few going around, so it got,
Yeah, you've got to keep your eye on them.
Just for clarification, we're talking about the other boards not covered by OPLC. Is that what we're talking about now? We're talking about something different?
no, we're
No.
on page 1 under the definition of license.
Okay.
Yeah, it was commensurate training, and the OPLC had taken that out.
It doesn't have to be in. I don't think it has to be in here. Are you more comfortable if we strike it?
I'm comfortable with whatever will make this go through. If we strike it in
Well,
the
this
Senate,
is-
that's,
But this is describing what the VLAP is doing.
Yep.
All right, and they may be able to say, oh, yes, you've got your phlebotomist certification.
Mhm.
In New Hampshire, you don't need a license. You're good.
I think, or even more appropriately, electricians, for example. We passed some legislation last year about experiencing electricians to surpass their apprenticeship period, right? So the VLAP would be able to say, this is what the law says, this is what your training says, you should be able to go to the board and make this go. So I think it's important to have it spelled out in both places. I don't think it hurts anything for it to be clarified.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's hurting anything for sure.
Okay.
and then I'll just reiterate, do we want to add on page 3 under Roman numeral 2, do we want to put an E for veterans? So that Roman numeral 2 falls under line 15 on page 2, but it doesn't say veterans. And I had put it in there, and OPLC said they didn't need it, but I don't think it's.
This section says that they shall facilitate. And if there are, I think that it's nice to include, it would be appropriate to include veterans in the ones that say go to the head of the line. Which is essentially what that does.
I'm good with doing that. Do you want to take on the responsibility of getting it in there before exec?
Yeah.
Or can we? I mean, we could push this back to next week too if we
We
need more
would
time. Can
really,
we
we've got a couple of big ones pushed back to next week,
Okay.
so I would really rather
get it done this
get
week.
a simple one-line change.
Yeah. So we
Okay.
can. I mean, we can recommend it with knowing that the line change is coming, and then we'll just have to look at the final version.
Oh, add that as E, you think, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and that sounds okay on your.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just clarification.
Everybody's
Okay.
happy.
Everybody's happy?
I think.
Cool.
Are you guys happy? All right. I'll entertain a motion then on 1090H. All right, I've got a motion about to pass on amendment 1090H. I've got a second. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? All in favor? 4-0. All right, I will move ought to pass with amendment. Do I have a second? Senator Davis, thank you. All in favor? 4-0. All right, we'll bring these recommendations, guys. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll see you in a half an hour.
It's an hour, I think.
Oh, is it? Is that 10:30? Or we have caucus at 10?
It's at 10. Oh, sorry. I thought it was at 10:30. Sorry, no, there's, All right, good morning, welcome. We have some substitutes today. Representative Howard is in for Representative O'Brien. Representative Harb, I believe. Cahill, excuse me. Representative Cahill is in for Representative Gerhard. I believe Representative Nolan, okay? Representative Gerhard is not going to be here, and we have Representative McDonald is supposed to be covering for him, so I hope he will show up shortly. Representative Santonastaso has said he is coming in a few minutes late. All right. And I'm hoping to get all of these bills exec today with the possible exception of 1095 where the amendment is not yet updated. Representative McDonald, how nice to see you. You're in for Representative Gerhard. Okay. So committee reports should be in today. So I hope, I've gotten drafts from a number of people, so they should be ready. And we will see what we can do. All right. Since we're here, how about we start with daylight saving time? Representative Gould, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion to approve amendment that I just passed out. And where did I keep my copy? Thank you. Amendment number 0572H, which amends the bill to, basically, I'll just read my little blip I wrote.
Wait a minute. You made a motion to adopt the amendment?
Yes, we need a
Yes,
motion
the motion
first.
to adopt the amendment.
Okay,
I'll second the
okay, so
motion.
that's by Gould, seconded by Representative Grota. You wish to speak to your amendment, I presume.
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. The amendment turns the bill into a bill that would provide New Hampshire shall exempt itself from daylight savings time when authorized to do so by the United States Congress. And this committee knows we've had many, many bills over the years, before my time even, for making this change. People don't like the time change and they want it to change. We heard a lot of testimony that we need to stay in step with the states that border us for reasons of work and family life and for lots of different reasons. So I did a little research and found that the states are coming together. 11 states have already passed bills, Maine being one of them, that would make the change when Congress authorizes the states to do so. So I got this amendment drawn up. To Representative Horgan, who submitted the original bill, supports the amendment. And I think this will put New Hampshire in the queue with the other states in line with our bordering state of Maine to make the change when Congress approves it.
All right, Representative Grota, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any comment from anyone, questions on the amendment? Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment replaces the entire bill, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, then the motion is to adopt Amendment 0572H to House Bill 1075, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes,
19 yeas, 0 nay.
okay. Is there a motion on, the amendment passes, is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we that we pass House.
Ought to pass with
Ought to pass with
amendment.
amendment.
Correct, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. And do you wish to speak to your new motion?
I think I said everything previously, Madam Chair.
Okay. Representative Grota?
I agree with Representative Gould.
Okay. I'd like to say that it's very, very elegant because it's much simpler to say when Congress tells us we can, we will, instead of trying to petition Congress, which we would have to do repeatedly. Yes.
And just to clarify, I believe 11 states have already done this. So there is a nationwide group that's tabulating these bills across the country, and Congress will hear what the people are wanting them to do.
Thank you. And I will say this was the first time we've had a similar bill where we did not have to beat up on the fact that the time changes are stressful and dangerous because everybody agreed to that. So it was a nice touch. All right. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes,
Mr. Hewitt.
I think long-term members of this committee realize that I have opposed this idea for many years, dependent on the fact that I felt it should be nationwide. So I find myself able to support this.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1075, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goldie. Sorry.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjaputi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 19-0. Any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put that one on consent. Let's see. How about House Bill 1079? Representative Manjaputi?
I'm not, sorry, I'll talk about it, not 1079. I have some amendments to pass out, so I'll wait for
To
that.
House Bill 1079?
No,
Oh. Okay.
Do we not have, do we have an amendment to 1079?
Yes, you should have it.
Well, for discussion, I'll move the amendment to 1079.
All right. That's
Second.
Who? Gould, okay.
which one? There are two.
It's Amendment 1096H, I believe.
It's my amendment, yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to it. But do you need a copy?
Yeah, this is Amendment 1096H by Representative Simon. Representative Grota, you don't wish to speak to it?
Well, I would like to ask Representative Simon to speak to it since it's his amendment, and I did this only to start the conversation.
Okay, Representative Gould?
I'm interested to hear what Representative Simon has to say.
All right, Representative Simon, you're on.
I apologize to the committee for my tardiness. Let's jump in. Thank you for moving the amendment and seconding. So this deals with critical incident stress management teams. It's a peer support group that was in public safety or emergency response and public safety workers, allowing people who have gone through a traumatic experience to talk to one of their colleagues as opposed to going to a professional counselor who may or may not understand the complexities of what they deal with out in the field. The original bill was one line. It came to us as a 5-page amendment, so it was sent to subcommittee so that we could look at it more in-depthly. I'll just point out real quickly to the changes. on page 2, line 3, we've added a definition for emergency response public safety worker and everybody who falls under that category, simply so that as it comes up in the rest of the statute, you can refer back to this and know exactly what it is that we're talking about. It gets rid of the ambiguity. The second thing of note, starting on line 9, this was the main purpose they originally brought the bill for. They wanted to make sure that hospital emergency department personnel were covered under this kind of agreement. And so I've adjusted the language a little bit. It now says hospital emergency department personnel means staff rendering care, rescue support, and life-saving services while working for and or in the hospital emergency department. Representative Schmidt, that was primarily for your concern that if they were outside of the space, they would still be covered. So you're welcome. So that's in there. Let's see. On line 25 of page 2, it talks about the International Critical Incident Stress Foundation, which would set the certification standards and also maintain training requirements. I added in on line 25 and also the Commissioner of Safety. Since we're covering this in statute, I felt like it was only reasonable that there should be somebody, some government entity that oversaw what they were doing and not just some other organization. And with talking with everybody, the Commissioner of Safety seems like the appropriate person to just make sure that what's going on, there's some accountability there. And secondarily, then accountability to us. So line 28, they wanted to make sure that members who were a part of these teams could be retired public safety workers so that they could continue to be helpful. So that was added in there. So, and then at the end of the amendment, they took what was deemed to be confidential and they fleshed that out to a greater degree. So the principles are similar, just with more detail. So that was already in statute, but they wanted to add some distinctives to it. So that's fleshed out there. The subcommittee thought that the changes were reasonable and helpful. And so we're bringing it to the full committee with its recommendation to pass.
Questions, comments, concerns? Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question about page 3, line 21 to 35, the suicide prevention. Is this applicable to all emergency responders that are responding to a call from a distressed first responders?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So this this section just deals with what will not be deemed confidential when they're talking with each other. So if any of these things are brought up in one of their meetings and there's a question about it, they will have to divulge that information because it's too important that people would be able to respond to it. So that's all that deals with.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Grotta?
I just want to make sure, so in line 9 and 10, did you change the definition of the hospital emergency department personnel?
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, we I just adjusted. Let me get there. So on line 10, you'll see that it says for and or in. That was the only change. And the reason we made that change, originally it was in the hospital emergency department, and there was some concern from the subcommittee that somebody who worked for the emergency department would be outside of the department at the time that they encountered the incident trying to help, and that they would not have access to these services. So I just changed it to say that if you're working for the hospital emergency department or in the hospital emergency department, then you would have access to these services.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, this would also cover other hospital personnel who are called into emergency, as might be the case if there was a disaster that wanted all the help they could get. So your other staff might be working in the emergency department and would be covered, would be able to deal with a critical incident stress team. Anyone else? Okay, the motion is to accept Amendment 1096H to House Bill 1079, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
Okay. Is there a motion? Representative Simon,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move ought to pass with amendment.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's by Simon, seconded by Schmidt. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Schmidt?
I think this is, there's been a lot of work on this, it's very well crafted. We've tried to include virtually every kind of situation that we could conceive of, and to protect these very important people being exposed to very serious stress. So I think this is a very good bill.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1079, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 20-0. Any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put this on consent. All right.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
take a few seconds to distribute the amendment
Two.
for a different bill that we are going to be exacting
All right. well,
later?
Okay, thank you. We'll take amendments. I think we should take up House Bill 1474, which was deferred to today. We had a motion of interim study by Representative Gould. Representative Gould?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to rescind my motion, and I have some comments on that. I can give those now or wait until after.
After we get another motion, so we know what we're doing. Representative Schmidt, you have a motion.
I move ought to pass on House Bill 1474.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Gould.
By Representative Gould. Okay. Representative Schmidt, you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Colleagues, this bill is brought on behalf of the New Hampshire Commission on Native American Affairs, which has been working on the amendment for some time with regard to facilitating their ability to function, which has been hampered by the fact that they do not have a fully appointed membership, and therefore quorum has been very difficult for them to obtain. That's and this will hopefully alleviate that situation, and a couple of other, aspects where we have struck out some existing federal statute. I believe someone may be able to speak to this. That we have some people from the commission here this morning, if they would be allowed to confirm that some of the federal statutes are out of date. And so that has been worked on, and I'm not sure exactly. I know that Ben Wilson from the department, from the agency, said he would attempt to be here today. I don't know if he's been able to make it or not, because I don't know him personally, but
All right.
I guess he's not here. Okay.
Thank you. We,
Madam Chair,
That's enough.
do we have copies of that?
what-
It's the original bill. It's 1470. There's
No
no, it's,
amendment.
yeah.
Sorry, I quite understand your confusion, but occasionally we do pass a bill without amendment. All right, Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I made the motion originally for interim study because of some concerns about the future as we move forward. This committee, as people know, passed a bill for a study committee. And so I was concerned about any possible inconsistencies with approving a bill this year and then next year study committee coming back with different recommendations. And I've been assured that that won't be an issue, and I'm really happy to support the work of the commission and look forward to the work together to move ahead.
I think the largest part of this bill is essentially establishing the quorum and the membership such that the commission can work. And the study committee is to evaluate what it's working on. And that can be done while the commission proceeds with its regular business. Anyone else? All right. In that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Schmidt on House Bill 1474, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
All right. Does anyone object to consent? It passed 20-0. All right, seeing no objection, we'll put that on consent. All right, House Bill 1420. That one, I thought we had voted on already, but it's not in the system. So I would like to get it revoted on. Representative Brown, you had a motion?
My recollection is I would make a motion for interim study.
That's mine also. I'll second the motion. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Just as a reminder, this was a bill to have state agencies call anyone that was in contact with them, call them back within 3 days. And we had quite a bit of discussion about how complicated that could get, but it wasn't a bad idea to make sure agencies were providing adequate public service. So the interim study was proposed.
Madam Chair, we seem to have a disagreement in that we have people here who have a vote count from February 14th.
It was not, okay, it was not included in the, somehow it never got in, so
It was
Or-
not included into the official.
it's not, somehow it didn't get into the official record. So I presume Representative Goley that the vote was in fact pretty much unanimous for interim studies?
It was 15-1. I had
Yeah.
Representative Groda make the motion, Representative Lekes second, and this was done 2-14. And put on consent.
I agree.
Yeah, my record shows that too.
Fine, I thought so myself, but it's, okay, so why don't we
Do it again?
either that or just vote to confirm that vote? Since we'd already did it,
Then I would rescind my motion.
that's okay, it's the same result, I believe.
And Madam
Representative
Chair, as we know, all these hearings are recorded, so it's very easy for somebody to go back, pull the tape on the 14th to see that we did do this. So I'm not sure how it got lost in the paperwork, but I guess things happen
Nor I.
and
It probably got sent to my spam folder, and,
But the good news is that we keep the same vote. So that's actually, we're very consistent, right?
Yes.
I would say also if we are going to redo, would we not have to withdraw the previous vote?
That's why, well,
Madam Chair, would you like a motion?
we have a motion. We have probably a dozen motions.
Madam Chair, I think we should confer with the clerk's office since it's a clear case that
Represented, there you are, Mr. Greenland. Good morning. An issue has come up where House Bill 1420 was voted on February 14th. It doesn't seem to be in the system. We don't disagree with the previous recommendation. What do we need to do now in order to get it into the system? It was exec in committee with a recommendation of interim study.
And we were only 16 that day, 15 to
I
1.
believe that was the day of the hearing. Yeah. So if you could confirm exactly what it is we need to do at this point. That's correct. It is not in the system as having happened, but we have our notes and our memories. Thank you. We will not do anything more until we discover what the easiest way to get this settled is, because there's no disagreement on that one. All right. How about 1456? Representative Grote, you have a motion?
Yes, I move auto pass on House Bill 1456.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Schuett. Okay, you wish to speak to your motion?
I'd love to. So some of us might remember, because this is one of those bills that can be difficult to remember, that it involved the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, and that recommendations had been made that in the bill, rather than the Supreme Court making the appointment to the Board of Tax and Lands Appeal, the Supreme Court would vet the candidates, but that the appointments would be made by the governor and the executive council. And the reason why this was important is that when the members are appointed by the Supreme Court, there really isn't time, there isn't the availability of public opinion. Whereas when the position is appointed by the governor and the executive council, public opinion is part of the process. And so the board actually supports this, and it's made sense to me that we should do it this way so that the public has an opportunity to make an opinion on who the members of the board and tax and land appeals are. The other the questions that the committee had, I can go over them, but we're very process oriented and satisfied the bill does answer the questions that we had. So I would like the committee to support the OTP motion of House Bill 1456.
Thank you. Representative Schuett?
Yes, we did hear that this board is considered, I think the term was quasi-judicial, and therefore it seemed appropriate for the appointments to be made in this manner.
Okay. Any other comments? Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only question I have is, and I'm looking back at my notes here, was on line 3, changing the appointment from 3 years to 5 years was a recommendation. I don't know if that.
Yes, Representative Grote?
Yes, well, some people didn't care, and some people wanted to keep it for 5 years for continuity, but there was no amendment to do so. I have one person saying that they thought 5 years was better, and another person saying that it didn't really matter to them.
Madam Chair, I did have in my notes that testimony was that prior to 2011, they had 5-year terms, so it's not totally out of the realm of reliability, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Okay. Any, do we wish to amend it for 5-year terms or not bother? Representative, is there any interest, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I serve on the board of the Assessing Standards Board for some time. I think it's about 16 years. And the Board of Tax and Land Appeals is a very important institution and kind of a special breed of cat, but it could use a little bit of modernization, which has already been spoken to. So I think this is, we should proceed in this fashion, and this will benefit the stability and also the continuity of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? All right. Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1456, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
28 0 nay.
Okay, motion passes 20-0. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, okay. What else have we got that's? House Bill 1545, Representative Mangiapudi. You just passed out an amendment, so
I make an amend. I move to adopt the amendment 2024-1115H.
I'll second.
okay, Representative Mangiapudi, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It just one paragraph that was added to the original bill in this amendment. If you remember, this was at the hearing, it added, notwithstanding the blurb from line 5 to 10. So this just amends it tad bit. So clarifies rather, not tad bit, clarifies the fact that when the subject of property may be transferred, and it clarifies in RSA 204-D.
Okay. Representative Grote, you wish to speak to your second?
I do, thank you. So, Ben Frost from the New Hampshire Housing mentioned that they have the preemptive right to these state properties, but they felt that profit or non-profit organizations should be included in this. They should have the same availability. So I think that's what this bill does. It gives them the right to do so. And that was so this amendment came forth from the recommendation at the committee hearing.
Okay, any,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
another clarification. This was my goof up. I had the language and I was going to bring the amendment and I totally forgot about it until this morning, like yesterday. So I got the amendment in a rush. So this specific language was given by Ben Frost, which was, housing trust. So this is exactly, it clarifies. So that's
Okay.
my fault.
Thank you. Other comments, Representative Groda?
Yeah, just for clarification, this amendment though, because it does take the New Hampshire Housing Bureau out of the running because they're not a nonprofit organization, but he felt that it was important to do so. So that just clarifies that there's no motive or hidden agenda behind their move.
No, no comment on the amendment. I will on the bill as amended.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Frost and congratulate him on his election yesterday as moderator in Warner. And I'm happy to support this amendment that resolves some conflicts that the original bill had in it.
The motion is to adopt Amendment 1115 to House Bill 1545, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative Gerhard. Oh, I'm sorry. McDonald. Sorry, my bad.
It's okay.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20-0 nay.
All right, we have adopted the amendment. Is there a motion on the bill?
I make a
Yep.
motion.
Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to OTPA, HB 1545.
Second?
Second by Representative Gould. All right, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, just a brief again, clarifying that it's on the original bill, 3B, that is replaced by in the amendment. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gould?
No, everything's been said, Madam.
Okay. Representative Lakis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a problem with this, and I have a concern where things are funded not in an open manner. I mean, if we're going to give money for this sort of thing, I would say that the property should be sold at fair market value. And then if the legislature decides to provide money for other things such as housing, then that should be done through a bill or the normal budgeting process. I'm sure the motive of everybody here is fine, trying to help, but it seems to me that it looks like kind of a way of hiding spending where it should be more in the open, at least if I understand what this is doing correctly.
Representative Manjapudi?
There is no money given for housing. It is the sale of the property, on surplus property. From my understanding, the housing authority has the prior dip, and not every property that's available for development that the housing authority can do it, so they can partner with the housing crisis. So it's the properties, lease or sale of the
Yes.
property.
Exactly. Representative Lakis, you
Yeah,
wanted to continue?
I understand that. The issue is if you sell something at less than fair market value, then you're foregoing revenue for the state, which is, in a sense, essentially the same thing as giving the money away to something. So that's why I have a problem with it.
Representative Simon, you have a comment? Representative Gould?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In my opinion, this is not mandating that the property be sold below fair market value. It simply is allowing the flexibility for the state to make choices that serve the situation best on individual properties.
Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps this did go to subcommittee?
No, not
It didn't?
exactly.
Oh, okay. My original concern with the bill, and Representative Mangiapati, maybe you can speak to this, was that we're giving these properties to a non-government entity at below fair market value. And I think your amendment here is trying to deal with it. My concern is that, you know, this isn't in perpetuity. It's not a forever thing that they have to hold these standards. Eventually, they're free and clear of the government intervention and they can do whatever they want with the property. Did we ever find out what that limitation was? Like how long they have to keep to this agreement before they can do something else?
I would ask Ben Frost, Mr. Ben Frost, if he could ask. The language came specifically from the housing, if that's appropriate.
Mr. Frost, can you answer that question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee members, good morning. I'm Ben Frost. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Legal Officer at New Hampshire Housing. We are, in fact, a governmental entity. We're an instrumentality of state government created by the legislature under RSA 204C back in 1981. Regarding the term of affordability, it's not specific in RSA 204D, which is the statute referenced, I believe, in the amendment, although I've not seen the amendment itself. That is the surplus lands statute that pertains to affordable housing. That does not contain a term of affordability. Thank you, Representative. Yes, on lines, end of line 9 and line 10 is the reference to RSA 204D. That does not contain a term of affordability, but generally the projects that we finance, we don't build the housing, but we finance developer construction, have terms that are at a minimum 20 years, but typically are more like 30, 40, 60, sometimes 77, 75 years of affordability.
Representative Simon?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So what's the determining factor as to whether it's 20, 30, 40, 77? Like, how do you make those distinctions between applicants?
Thank you for the question. The answer depends on the other sources of funding. So, for example, if we were to use the state's Affordable Housing Fund, that has a statutory minimum term of affordability of 20 years. If we were to use the low-income housing tax credit, which is a federal program that we administer, that tends to be a minimum of 30 years, although we push that to 40 and 60 years, depending upon the type of tax credit used. We're now giving we will be giving incentives to developers in the next round to push that up to 75 years. These are typically financially complex transactions that have a deep capital stack, many different sources of funding, and whichever one has the longest term of affordability is the one that controls.
Okay. Are there any other immediate questions for Mr. Frost before we let him go? Representative Verda.
So this might help allay the concerns of some of the members of the committee. If the if this property is used for affordable housing, is there a restriction that after the property cannot be sold for profit by the organization after a certain amount of time? Is there a restriction of what they can do with the property, so that the concern is obviously that they buy it for a low price and then they sell it for a high price and walk, So is there, how can we alleviate that concern?
Thank you for that question, Representative. I think the best answer I can give is that we maintain control over the operations of these properties. We don't administer them directly, but we oversee them on behalf of and in collaboration with other investors. So typically speaking, these are for-profit developments, even when they're done by a nonprofit entity. And this relies on a provision of the low-income housing tax credit, which requires the development to be owned by a for-profit entity, even if it's a nonprofit that's behind it. That's just an aspect of federal law. So these do make profit, but we require them in most cases to return. If they spin off cash, we require 50% of that to come back to us, which we then reinvest in other properties. But we maintain long-term asset management as long as we have an interest in the property for those terms as I earlier described. We are overseeing it, and that means deed restricted conditions that are recorded in the Registry of Deeds.
Okay. Representative Brown and then Manjaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I can't find it in my notes and I can't remember. Can you refresh my memory on why that the Housing Authority wouldn't want to take possession as you are allowed to?
Well, it's an interesting question, and my comments on this at the hearing and here are in response to the bill. We do have existing tools under RSA 204D and other statutes to do similar things. This is, I'd say, helpful language that is intended, I think, to guide state agency action and long range and GNC as well.
Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Isn't this the way of surplus property or not tax revenue generating property is redeveloped and over a period of time that would generate taxes for the local community? So this transforming non-tax generating property into tax generating property.
That's very correct, Representative Manjaputi. Almost all of the developments that we finance are taxable properties, so they pay local property tax, including the state education property tax.
So I want to confirm something I remember from the hearing, that you already have a priority in the purchase of such surplus land, but you must pay full price.
Madam Chair, it depends on who the controlling agency is and the source of funding for the state agency to have acquired the property. Under RSA 204D, we do have priority access to it, essentially a right of first refusal to any state agency property. And we, under that statute, we can acquire those properties. I think the language of the statute is without consideration, meaning without a fee being paid for the value of the land. So we can, under that statute, acquire properties without paying for them, subject to long range and GNC. That they're the ultimate arbiters of this. That's the existing
Right,
statute.
so the existing statute says that you can be given a chunk of surplus land with the consent of the agency that owns it and of governor and council.
And long range,
And-
yes.
And long-range planning. And this bill simply says if there's other surplus property, you can get it for below market.
Correct.
So it expands your options.
It does.
All right.
And I would say specifically with regard to the Department of Transportation.
Well, that's who owns a large portion of the surplus type land in the state, as I would imagine. Representative Lekis and then Simon.
Thank you. It's just trying to get some clarification on what was just asked. So there was a reference to Department of Transportation. Are they not an agency that you can acquire surplus land from for no fee? I guess the question is, why would you want this if you can just take the land without any cost?
Representative, like I said, it gets to the point I made in my prior response, and I didn't fully answer the question, I think. With regard to the Department of Transportation, it does depend upon the source that the DOT used to acquire the property on behalf of the state. So if it is federal funding, then under current federal law, subject to waivers, then the current fair market value must be obtained. If it is highway or turnpike funds, I believe it is the original purchase price, and then there may be other ways too. But this really gives some flexibility to DOT in particular in determining how they want to dispose of the properties.
Yeah, I just looked at RSA 204 and it says surplus property with highway fund shall be transferred to the authority, provided the authority shall compensate the department for such land in an amount acceptable to the department. So the idea that current law requires you to pay full market value is not exactly correct.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up, please.
So the second part of my question was, and I sort of got an answer, but I'm not entirely clear on it, is, what's the advantage to your agency of having this rather than just what you have today?
That's a darn good idea.
And when you say flexibility, I'd like a little expansion on that.
And the chair cited RSA 204D. I think you also need to look at RSA 440. And I think there's another statute, maybe 439. And that there's a series of statutes under 439 ABC. And I forget which one is which. But there are different terms that apply, different requirements that apply depending upon the source of funding that DOT used to acquire those properties. This would impact upon those, whereas to give the agency greater flexibility, and I would suggest guidance to Long Range and GNC that it's within statutory authority to do this.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt and then Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ben, can you tell us, is this a situation that's happening all the time, all over the place, or is this a fairly arcane and unusual situation?
Well, Representative Schmidt, it's certainly arcane, but it is becoming increasingly common. In fact, we are working with the Department of Transportation right now regarding properties in Conway that were associated with the now defunct Conway Bypass project. And the department is disposing of those properties. We are preparing to pay full fair market value for those. We have, the department has an appraisal, we have an appraisal, we have an agreed upon price. And that simply means that it's a cost that's going to get embedded into the transaction that when the properties are used for development.
So it seems to be a more, thank you, Madam Chair. So it seems to be something that is coming more into common practice, or
I think so, yes. And I'll just say we have an excellent working relationship with the Department of Transportation.
okay, I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. So to help me decide what I'm going to do, I do not support, having money go into a program through any path other than the legislature, explicitly providing it. So the question is, with this bill, will your agency be able to expand, the program where you can acquire property for this purpose for less than fair market value?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a two-part question. The first part is, if I remember correctly, when the bill was originally introduced, this bill was not your idea. You didn't ask for this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When you saw the bill, you worked with the representative to work out some inconsistencies with other parts of the law.
That is correct.
Thank you. And follow-up, Madam Chair?
Follow up?
Got it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for all of the questions, but appreciate your time being here. The amendment that you're looking at before you, having worked on the language with the representative to iron out some of that, does this amendment adjust any of the things that you fixed?
I believe, Representative, this is the language that I prepared and shared with Representative Cloutier.
Okay,
Very good. And a follow-up, Madam Chair?
follow up.
My last question, I believe, is we're talking under fair market value. What is the range of under fair market value? Does that go all the way down to 0 or? Okay, so we're
Conceivably,
talking
yes.
anywhere from 0 to fair market value.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone, any other comments, Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I'm sure the rest of you know this, but I don't. Is affordable housing defined specifically somewhere?
That's an excellent question, Representative. And I'd say it is defined in, well, it's right here, line 8, RSA 204C:56, Roman 1. There is a statutory definition. That is the Affordable Housing Fund statute, and that has a very clear and specific definition of affordable housing.
Thank you, and I apologize to you and everyone here at the table.
Thank you for your apology. Any other comments? I think I'd like to have a short caucus on this. So with your permission, we will, why don't we go into the office and leave everybody else here? All right, thank you. All right, any further comments, concerns? Representative Shuett.
That's a
Ah,
motion.
yes, the window will be closed and then reopened later on when it gets too hot. Okay. So the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1545, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
No.
Representative Lakis,
No.
Representative Bailey,
Nay.
Representative Santo Anastasio,
No.
Representative Cahill,
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Boyd,
No.
Representative Brown,
No.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Shuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi,
Yes.
and the chair.
No.
10 yea, 10 nay.
All right, the motion fails on a tie. Does someone wish to make a different motion? Representative Santo Anastasio.
Make a motion of ITL for House Bill 1545.
A second? I'll second it. Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this kind of thing is disagreeable because it obscures costs for one, so that will cause confusion for property values and pricing for the market, which prices provide valuable information for all sorts of things. And as Tony was mentioning before, it sort of transfers funds from one department to another without going through the legislator and kind of obscures the funding in that way.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, the clerk can call the roll for the expected 10-10 vote.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
No.
Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Shuett,
No.
Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Davis,
No.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
No.
Representative Gould,
No.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Mangiaputi,
No.
and the chair.
No.
10 yea, 10 nay.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I knew she was going to say.
Pardon me. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant to vote yes for the ITL.
And I
Forgive me. Thank you for counting it that way.
Because I knew what it was.
And here I thought we knew how to vote on a partisan basis.
Thank
We upheld our part.
Yes, thank you, Representative Schmidt, and thank everyone for doing as expected, except for me.
I love how friendly our
Yes.
partisanship is.
So this, I believe, will go to the floor without recommendation. Representative Mangiaputi will write the motion, the report in favor of ought to pass with amendment. Representative Santo Anastasio will write the report for inexpedient to legislate. And we'll have fun. All right. Let's do something a little more congenial. Represent House Bill 1352. Representative Simon, do you have a motion? Or someone else on your committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment 0981H.
I'll second.
Okay, Representative Simon, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill deals with firefighter station wear, not to be confused with their personal protective equipment, which is what they would use in an actual dangerous fire situation. Station wear is defined for the first time in statute to differentiate it from personal protective equipment. So you can see that on line 12 there. Further changes the amendment brings down on line 27. the manufacturers have to be transparent as to whether or not the firefighter station wear contains PFAS chemicals. And those notices on line 30 says all notices shall be included in all personnel files while employees using the firefighting personal protective equipment, and a copy of the same shall be provided directly to the employee. So the employee has a record of whether or not even the protective equipment that they're using has PFAS in it. The main change is page 2, line 9 and following. It says, should safe alternative to the current firefighting personal protective equipment be designed and manufactured, fire departments may give preference to that alternative as a part of their existing personal protective equipment replacement program. And then from 12 on talks about a safe alternative, line 17 talks about the station where this was to address Representative Lakis's concern that we're not pushing an unfunded mandate down on the municipalities. It gives time beginning in January 1st of 2025 for departments to cease the purchasing of that fireware, and then on July 1st for the wearing of the same. And that will allow the funds that usually come for their allowance to come through before they have to make those purchases, so that it's not difficult for the municipalities or for the firefighter themselves. So that's essentially what the amendment does. And once again, the subcommittee looked at that, thought it was reasonable, and is recommending it to the committee as ought to pass.
Okay. Representative Brody, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yes, I think that the amendment itself defines better the intent of the bill. However, I do have a question about this with Representative Simon. We're talking about in paragraph 6, we're talking about stationware, which I don't have a problem with that. But in paragraph 5, we're talking about firefighting protective equipment.
Yes.
So how do we know that this firefighting personnel protective equipment is approved by someone? Is approved by, because you can, for example, one of the reasons why these materials are used in firefighting protective equipment is their incredible tolerance to high heat. And so how do we make sure that this equipment, when you say they shall be given preference, a safe alternative, how do we define this? I just want to make sure that someone doesn't buy something that is considered safe, alternative, and is less expensive, and isn't protecting our firefighters. I mean, anybody can jump in on this conversation, because that's what concerns me.
I'll let Representative Goley hit it first, and then I can follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are standards for which gear are certified and made acceptable for the turnout gear. And that's what they would have to be using when they set the standard. They'd have to follow those standards that are already in place
Okay.
for the gear.
Those standards are in statute.
Not in statute, they're NFPA compliant.
Oh,
gear
okay,
usually.
all right.
They're in the fire code. which
Okay,
is in
I
whatever
support the
leaves and
amendment, and that was my only concern, but I do think that the bill defines better the intent, and I appreciate the work. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just to clarify too, the bill also, the amendment also states, I think both of them did, that they're going to, they shouldn't be wearing that except when necessary, but obviously they still need to do it when it's necessary. But when they're out just on a call where they're not in danger, they shouldn't be wearing that equipment because it's being proven to cause cancer. So we don't want that.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, we worked on this in subcommittee a lot. And I was at the Wentworth Douglas Hospital cafeteria a couple of weeks ago, and somebody inadvertently triggered off a fire alarm. Okay, and the trucks, we had trucks from Dover and from Somersworth all came. There was no fire, but it was interesting to see when they pulled up, see them getting out of their truck and putting on their equipment. Because, they're not supposed to wear it except when they're going in and it's it's essential to protect them in an actual fire, but otherwise they don't want it on at all because it is dangerous. So I called out to them saying, there ain't no fire, guys, take your time and so forth, but because otherwise they got to get into their gear and put it all on and not wearing it when they're driving around.
Good. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Representative Simon, clarify for me, is it the chemicals that could be in the gear that have been shown to cause cancer in certain circumstances, not the gear itself? That's not necessarily, is that necessarily proven that the gear causes cancer?
So there's at least a very strong concern and correlation with the fact that the PFAS chemicals that they're presently using as fire retardants in the gear
Got that.
is cancer causing, because obviously when they're in high heat and sweating, pores open up, and there's a lot of transfer between the chemicals in the bloodstream. So we want to be cautious of that. This bill in particular, for the most part, is dealing with station wear. Station wear could be T-shirts and pants or whatever, stuff that they're just wearing around the station and whatnot. Those also have been laden with PFAS chemicals. I think to just kind of consider it as an extra layer of protection in case they're not necessary. I did ask whether or not it puts the firefighters at greater risk to wear that under their protective equipment, and it does not. So that's just to say the regular wear that they're wearing around the station shouldn't have this stuff in it, because they shouldn't be soaking in it all the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
If anyone is interested, the Globe Manufacturing in Pittsfield makes most of this equipment, and it's not just one layer, it's multiples. And if you're interested, we can arrange for a tour. Representative Gould, and then Schuett.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say again, I think I've said this before, but the conversations this committee's having and the testimony we've heard have spread out through so many networks, kind of backing up what Representative Schmidt said. I know that volunteer firefighters in my district are no longer carrying PFAS treated gear in their pickup truck, riding around with it all the time as a result of what we've learned. So thank you, and I
Well,
support
that's
this.
very good. Representative Schuett, then Benjaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just want to point out, and I think we're all aware that firefighting gear has changed and adapted over the, I'll say centuries technically, as new technologies come out that they think will protect firefighters. They're adapted, but unfortunately it sometimes takes time and use to discover that some of the materials are in fact detrimental to the health of the very people that they're designed to protect. So any step forward that we can take to try and advance that, I think is in the right direction.
Okay, Representative Manjaputi and then Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Echoing some of the comments earlier, also realizing that PFAS is not only in the gear, but also in the insulation and stuff. So from different angles, this is helping the firefighters, first responders going into these fire to reduce the risk of exposure. And this personal gear, my son is a volunteer firefighter in Vermont, and this was very specific to asking the volunteer firefighters to not use PFAS coated, PFAS coated clothing, sorry. And this was also, initially, it was also in the kids' babies, the pajamas and stuff. So this was, but now a lot of those things are retreating, and I think we are doing the right thing to protect our firefighters.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you. You recall, those of us who've been around for a while, we had the firefighting foams, the bill about 6 or 7 years ago. The stuff used to be, the firefighters used to sometimes use it in their graduation ceremonies, spraying it around, dunking it, and so forth and so on. And stuff turns out to be extremely toxic and so forth and so on. Much of that stuff has been replaced by less harmful substances. But if you want to get true protection, you got to use it, but you don't want to be using it except when absolutely necessary to go into an incident. So this is what we're talking about here.
Okay. Yes, Representative Gould.
One last comment as a shepherd, I would be remiss to not say there's some really exciting research happening with wool, which is an old material, but it can provide protections in a non-toxic way.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, everyone, for that. Let me try to explain what I asked Representative Simon. So, because it seems like some of you are concerned to what I asked. You go to the gas station, there's benzene and gasoline. Benzene is a known carcinogen, but if you get a drop of gasoline on your finger, you don't get cancer on your finger, is my point. So that was kind of what I was asking. Thank you.
Yes, over time, these protective gear has become less immediately toxic, but unfortunately, it's still carcinogenic in the long run. It still beats getting burnt. All right, anyone else? Comments? All right, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0981 to House Bill 1352, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santino Sasso.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, the amendment passes. Representative Gold?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move on to pass with as amended. With amendment.
Okay, seconded by Representative Simon, moved by Representative Goldie, ought to pass with amendment. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. As a retired captain with Manchester Fire, I understand the importance of turnout gear and the protection it provides. Also understand that in wearing that turnout gear, it also can be detrimental to the health of some of the individuals it's meant to protect. So this is a big step in the right direction to make sure that our first responders are safe not only when responding to a call, also while they are at the station wearing their station wear. So for those reasons, I want to thank the subcommittee and Representative Simon for putting together this amendment and support this.
Okay. Representative Simon?
I think people have heard from me enough today, and I have a couple more coming, so we'll leave it for that.
All right. Anyone else have a comment, concern, question? Thank you, Representative Schmidt. I'll hold you to that. Anyone else? All right, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1352, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santino Sasso.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
Okay, motion passes 20-0. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put that on consent. And where are we? Okay, and that one is House Bill 1188. Representative Smith, you have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, it's Representative Cootie, my mistake.
It's me.
Okay.
I make a motion to adopt amendment 2024-1025H.
I'll second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did a lot of work in subcommittee. This is to pull the LNA licensing and application and processing, and help reduce the cost for LNAs by not having to pay for registry as well as licensing and speed up the process. So the amendment clarifies. The only attention I want to draw the committee to is, I think the inconsistency in terms of the line 1819, where it says executive director, and again, under, oh shoot, there's another place. That is covered by the other bill, which is going to be consistent. It would be made more Office of OPLC. So I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you. Representative Groda?
Thank you. The amendment, excuse me, in the original bill, the amendment, I'm sorry, in the original bill, the fees were going to be, it said that the fees were going to be established by the board, and I apologize because I did not catch that. Because the fees are no longer established by the boards and established by the office, the language was changed to executive director, which is fine. And other than that, the bill is as the original bill. So I hope that the committee will adopt the amendment and adopt the bill. Thank you.
Anyone else have a comment, question, concern? All right. Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the amendment 1025H to House Bill 1188, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakers,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, does someone have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt, ought to pass as amended, HB 1188 FN.
Is there a second?
Second.
That's Representative Goley? Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1188, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakers,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, motion passes 20-0. Any objection to consent?
It's an FN, Madam Chair.
It's not,
Oh.
if I remember the fiscal note, it was very small and indeterminable. So it's, we'll put it on consent unless it gets pulled for the cost, but I don't think that's the case on this one.
just want to mention 1420 that Carol just has to write the report on it.
No, Rhoda does. She wrote me the original motion. Oh, yes. Just to confirm, we learned that since we already voted on House Bill 1420, all that we have to do is get the original committee report by Representative Groda in, and that should solve the issue.
Yes, and I apologize to the committee for completely forgetting to write that committee report, which I will do so today.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because all these repeated roll calls are wearing me out, I'll tell you that.
I was just watching the audience thinking, how boring to just sit there staring at us all.
All right, well, let's do a couple more. We have to explain the amendments. House Bill 1131. I'll move. Ought to pass and present amendment number 1071.
I'll second.
All right. So I'll mention that we heard that there were problems. The original bill simply added clinics, outpatient clinics, to the list of organizations that can employ unlicensed individuals for mental health practices. After discussion in the subcommittee, we decided it wasn't really the organization of the agency that was doing it. It was how it would, whether it's for profit or not for profit. It's that it's an organization that provides services and provides clinical supervision of its staff. So this amendment, instead of adding to the list of exempted institutions, et cetera, it says that the organization provides clinical mental health services, employs licensed practitioners who can do the supervision, and provides clinical supervision, and assumes professional, ethical, and legal responsibility for those services. So that is essentially what the facilities or institutions or nonprofits do. This simply says we don't care if you're for profit or not. You have to do these things in order to be able to bring on unlicensed people who are waiting for their license. And so we think it will help with the problem of for-profit and not-for-profit agencies being treated differently. So, Representative Groda?
Thank you for the excellent explanation, and I have nothing else to add.
All right. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. The motion is to adopt Amendment 1071H, House Bill 1131, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjaputi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, motion passes 20-0. I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1131.
I'll second.
All right, I don't think I need to say anything. Representative Groda?
Ditto.
Anyone else wish to add? Representative Manjaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will really help with the mental health crisis and increasing the providers in our state. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1131. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
28 0 nay.
All right, motion passes 20-0. Any objections to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put this on consent. Okay, and the other one is House Bill 1413. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment 1076H.
I'll second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just real briefly. So all this bill does is bring it in line with the language that we just had in the previous amendment in supervisory agreements that go outside of the realm of organization or on one-on-one. It simply states that the supervisor shall assume professional, ethical, and legal responsibility for the mental health services provided by the candidate in a written agreement on record with the board. There has been some concern that the previous language opened up the supervisor to legal ramifications beyond their professional engagement with the candidate. And so we just wanted to clarify the fact that they can only be held accountable when the candidate is providing mental health services.
Representative Baroda?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Representative Gould?
I'd just like to thank the subcommittee for this. I was asked by my colleagues to report on it yesterday and couldn't find anything. And at face value, it looked very frightening. This is very simple, and you made it very clear, and thank you for your work.
Anyone else? Representative Mangiaputi?
Again, thanks for doing this because this enhances the providers in our state, which is much needed and increases the pool. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1076 to House Bill 1413, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
28 yea, 0 nay.
All right, is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass with amendment on HB 1413.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, Gould, Representative Gould beat me to it.
All right, Representative Gould seconds the motion. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Gould?
I think it's all been said. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, in that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1413, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastasio,
Yes.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
28 0 nay.
All right, motion passes 20-0. Any objections to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put that on consent. All right. I think we will do House Bill 1286 before lunch. Representative Brown, you have a motion. What? 1286, the merger of the Board of Land Supervisors and professional engineers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Gould. Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
In the subcommittee, we spoke at at length about the difference between these two professions, and that there would be some significant addition in time probably to the Board of Professional Engineers if these two boards were combined, and it would probably be less efficient in the long run.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Gold?
My colleague said it well.
Okay. Any, Representative Lekis?
Thank you. Yeah, we decided that they are distinct enough that the land surveyor serving on the board really couldn't help much with the, engineers, and with certain exception, except for certain exceptions, the engineers weren't going to be able to comment on land surveying. Combining them didn't make sense. In the future, there are problems with the number of land surveyors being small. In the future, it might make sense to turn that into an advisory board, but that's not the bill we had, so
Okay.
I support it, the ITL.
Anyone else? Okay. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1286, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
28 0 nay.
Okay. Okay. House Bill 1385.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Will that be going to consent?
Oh, good question. Motion that passes 20-0. Is there any objection to consent? Yes. Yes, I think it will go to consent. Do that. All right. We'll do one more before lunch. I've told some people I'd do the others after lunch, so House Bill 1385. Representative Simon, do you have a motion on that one? Veterans Licensing Acceleration Program?
I'm sorry. Oh, we're going to move the amendment. I'll move the amendment and then you can.
Okay. That's amendment 1090.
Yeah, I would like to move amendment 1096H.
Is there a second?
Yeah. Second.
Okay, second by Representative Brown.
Sorry, when was this amendment distributed? We don't have it.
Nobody has it?
There may be some copies
Okay.
there.
There's, I would assume so. I had a whole bunch of them. I apologize.
What's the number of the amendment again?
1090.
I have it. I try again.
It was
One-
incompletely distributed this morning.
You can pass that down to somebody.
Actually, I don't have one because I gave mine to OLS this morning.
Here's another one.
I can go print them off.
This is the bill. Wait a minute. This is the wrong amendment. We're looking for the amendment.
1096H.
Well, it says,
Wait a minute.
it says amendment to House Bill 1079 in the front.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've
It's
misdirected
this-
the committee.
This amendment, right?
Yes, that's why, because Representative Brown is going to, you moving this?
You just did.
Yes,
Yeah.
well,
You can talk to it, though.
Okay.
I can talk, yes, I can move it and speak to it.
I
Okay,
apologize. I
but we
have
don't
a lot
have,
of
I
amendments
know,
and
I'm so
I will
sorry.
I'll get 1079 for you when it comes up.
We have 1079.
Oh, you don't have 1385?
We don't have 1385.
Oh, that's right. If I may catch up with everybody, that's because Representative Brown was going to go get a change to it. It hasn't come through as far as I know, so I have them
It
here.
has not. I keep checking my email and it has not come through yet.
Okay.
Madam Chair, would you let me talk about House Bill 10? Oh, we need to withdraw the motions, I guess, right? If, or are we going to continue? We don't have the final amendment?
So the amendment change is a minor detail that we can discuss that doesn't change the bill at all. It's just a minor change to it. So if we want to discuss it, we can. And then if you feel like it's too large of a change, we can withdraw it. But I think we can probably move forward.
If you come, I don't have any amendment for,
We don't have any of the
oh,
amendments.
he's got it there.
I'd already passed it the other side, but I stopped to talk to you.
I've got one.
Madam Chair, just a clarification, if I may.
Yes,
The amendment that was stated to be offered was 1096. This is
Correct.
not, so the motion needs to be withdrawn and.
1090.
Yeah,
1096.
I'll remove my motion to move amendment 1096H because that is what I moved, and I'll let Representative Brown make any further motion.
All right. This is amendment 1090. Representative Brown moves the amendment and Representative Simon seconds.
Okay, so just for clarification, if we vote on this amendment, but then we get another amendment, it will have a different number. So how do we handle that? I just want to,
I think, considering the time, we will discuss this amendment, the perspective change, and if we need a new amendment, we will have it back after lunch.
okay, that's great.
At least give us time to go over to OLS. And...
Beat them over the head and shoulders, yes? All right. Okay. Okay, so everyone has Amendment 1090, which is the one the subcommittee voted on this morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. Representative Brown,
Go ahead and discuss. Is that what we're doing?
yes.
All right. In the original, thank you, Madam Chair. The intent of this bill is fairly straightforward. It's to help veterans cross over to the civilian world with licenses for whatever their profession might be. Originally, our thought as the sponsors, it was a team effort that we could create a crosswalk and or a matrix for all of the military occupational specialties over to civilian specialties, and we quickly realized that that was a gargantuan task and that none of us had the expertise to actually do that job. Working closely with OPLC and the Deputy Adjutant General Warren Perry from the Veterans Agency, we massaged the original bill and ended up with this amendment where we are at now. It creates a program in the Veterans Agency called the Veterans Licensing Acceleration Program, which they will guide our veterans and those that may be still in the military, but they know they're going to be getting out very shortly. It will guide them through the process and help them to work with OPLC to get their applications done properly. And OPLC will then be able to work with them to get their licensing done efficiently. We do have a small concern that we're going to try to address in the Senate because I brought something up Friday that would involve the other agencies whose boards are not under OPLC, and they would not have been aware of this amendment that we wanted to bring forward today. So that will hopefully be taken care of in an amendment when we get to the Senate. I think the Veterans Agency and Deputy Adjutant General is very much on board with this as he has left. I'm speaking for him. Is he still here? No, he's not. He was here
He
earlier.
stepped out.
And I think that's probably enough. I'm sure that Representative Simon or anyone else can chime in if you have any questions. I'm happy to take them.
The amendment that.
Yes. Okay. So the amendment that I took down, if you go to page, let's start on page 2. On lines 15 on page 2, under the existing section 31016, military service members, we're going to change that to spouse and veterans. That's fine. Roman numeral 1 talks about the temporary licenses, which the intent was if you're a military person moving to New Hampshire and your spouse has a license, as you probably move every 3 years as a military person, that your spouse can easily get a temporary license. Then it goes, the addition is on page 3, Roman numeral 2. And it says, I'll read it, notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary, the executive director shall facilitate the issuance of a license or certification for a person. And in that list, A, B, C, D, veterans is not stated. We had some discussion in the subcommittee that because it says veteran back on page 2 on line 15, that would cover it. But wanted to kind of make sure in subcommittee this morning that it was actually very clearly stated. And I did check with Attorney Osterhout out in the hall subsequently. So we're going to add on at line 8, we're going to add E, which will, and I was grammatically corrected by the OLS lawyer. I had just put veterans, and he said, if you read it, it says, shall facilitate the issuance of a license or certification for a person, and he suggested who is a veteran, and maybe
I believe
add
it
the
should be
addition.
or is a veteran, because those other requirements are all,
And take the and out of here. And out of line 7.
And out of line 7, yep.
well,
And
no, I
make
mean, the A, B, C, D are all requirements for a trailing spouse essentially. Anyway, so it's not so simple, so.
Or, yep. And as I haven't seen it yet, I don't know what he may have actually come up with.
Okay,
Good.
Representative Simon?
I was just saying, yeah, I think you need an or there
Yeah.
in E.
I'd like to add that there's a fiscal note here. It is indeterminable. The Adjutant General has said that they're already responsible for doing this work. This just clarifies their responsibility a little, and they can do it within their current budget. The OPLC is already required to facilitate licenses for military and their spouses. That's in current law. This, again, is mostly clarifying for their point, their responsibility. The agencies that are not in OPLC are working with the veterans to get their requirements in, but the Veterans Agency, is the one that has the knowledge of what the military codes mean and how it applies to civilian life. And they will be working with the individuals so that they can get their license, or in some cases, confirmation that they don't need a license. And that's already in the bill. Anyone else?
But, so 1090 still needs to be, we're going to get a copy.
At the moment, Representative Brown has requested an amendment that adds in veterans on page 3, but is otherwise identical to this amendment. So
We're not going to be voting it right now. It's coming.
it's in work, yes.
Good, okay.
Okay.
So is there any further, Representative Grota?
So I just want to make sure on line 3, on page 3 on line 7, is that and supposed to be an or? Is it going to be an or in the new amendment?
No, it should be, you would need to add an or after
Right.
D.
So maybe since the OPLC since OLS hasn't sent you anything, you might want to zip down there and make sure they change the and to the or, because it certainly
No.
makes. No?
Adding an or. We're adding an or after
Y-
the.
Yes.
The and belongs.
A,
because the-
B,
the-
C, D all apply to the same person who is getting facilitated license.
Okay. All right.
The and stays.
Okay. So sorry.
And then the E is an or to the whole thing, or a veteran.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, I agree. Yep.
Okay? Any
Madam Chair,
other
just to-
comments, grammatical corrections? Representative Goley?
I just question the need for this amendment when you look on page 2, line 15, specifically says in the heading, military service members, spouse, and veterans, and all of this falls under that heading. So why do we need to add veterans specifically if it's already what this statute talks about?
That is the question.
And if I might, We
Representative
had,
Brown.
thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Goley. We had this conversation in subcommittee, I believe, Attorney Osterhout here and said the same thing, that because it's in the heading, we may not need it. I was concerned that it appeared to be left out in this list. And I guess I can defer to the attorney and or the rest of the committee on this little specific.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to state that if we do pass this amendment, I'm fine with it as is without another amendment coming forward to make that one minor change.
Okay. I tend to agree. Okay. Anyone else want to step in? Representative Simon?
Just wanted to say it'll make Representative Brown's lunch easier if he doesn't have to deal with it.
We don't want indigestion anywhere, that's for sure. All right.
So, Madam Chair, I'll agree. I was concerned that it wasn't specific enough, but enough people with more expertise than me and experience have said so, and I think the attorney was already had stated that, so I'm okay with going with it as is.
Okay. So with that consensus, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1090H to House Bill 1385, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Sasso,
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald. Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
I guess.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
20 yea, 0 nay.
All right. Representative Brown, you have a motion. The amendment has been adopted. Representative Boyd.
I move OTPA on HB 1385.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Okay. Representative Gould?
Very well covered.
All right. Is there any further comments, questions, concerns? Okay. The motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1385.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Santo Sasso,
No.
Representative Cahill,
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
19 yea, 1 nay.
Motion passes 19-1. Do you wish to write a minority report? Do you object to consent? Oh, does anyone else object to consent? All right, thank you very much. We will put this on consent. And we will break for lunch. Come back at 1:20. And Okay. So, we're going to take up 1526 and then 1521. So 1526 is the conditional veterinarian license. Representative Blackus? Do you have a motion?
I do, Madam Chair.
Oh, Representative Gould has a motion. Excellent. What is your motion?
I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1526.
All right. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure, this bill enables the Board of Veterinary Medicine to issue a conditional veterinarian license for veterinarians who are educated in other countries in order to address the serious shortage of veterinarians in New Hampshire. As a farmer, I can tell you, I've had animals die because I can't get a veterinarian out. I've gotten requests from the, oh, I'm not going to say their name right, but the women of the New Hampshire Farm Bureau to please do everything in my power to assist in alleviating the serious veterinarians shortage in New Hampshire. But this bill is very, very conservative in that the veterinarian educated in a foreign country, first and foremost, has to be have legal status in New Hampshire as verified by information that's maintained by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. They must be employed by a veterinarian service, and they must be under supervision of a licensed veterinarian. We also heard in testimony that there's a serious lag in the processing of these ECFVG certificates that are required in order to complete the licensing process in the state of New Hampshire. So this is just a temporary measure to give a conditional license that allows them to get through that process before, and that the board, the veterinarian board, has the right to revoke these conditional licenses at any time for any reason. So it seemed a no-brainer to me, and I hope you all will support it.
Thank you. Representative Blackus?
Thank you. I agree with everything she said. The only thing I'll point out is that when you talk about completing the process can take an extended period of time. It can take over a year. And, you know, they've already completed their, you know, they've had training as a veterinarian, and they've completed all the steps except their clinical and the examination that goes with it. And the problem is, as I recall, I think there's only a couple places in the country with a total of maybe 200 seats for that program, and so getting into it can take over a year. And then, I mean, not only will this provide more veterinary service, but it'll take these people who are trained veterinarians operating under supervision, put them in a position where they can at least make some money while they're you know, earn a living while they're trying to do their best to complete the process, and the delays are not any fault of that. So.
Mm-hmm. Anyone, other comments, questions? Yeah, I'd like to expand on what Representative Black has said, is that this final test must be done in the US. And as he said, there's only very few slots. And so you would have to be here waiting for a year. And this bill would allow the person to, like you say, earn a living while they're waiting. All right, any, Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before they get the practicum, is there a path where they get the education and their training accredited with, there are agencies that does accreditation for international
Yes, according to the testimony we heard, they have already, in order to take this practical test, they have to have completed the training and taken the, essentially the licensing exam for veterinarians and a test in English, so that they should be able to work once they complete the practical, the hands-on exam, which is not always given in other countries.
follow-up. even before they take the exam and stuff, when they come in, when I had my master's in speech language pathology, that was not from here. And my undergrad and master's had to be sent to a different agency to say the curriculum and the credits were up to par to what was here. That is the education, so that the veterinary schools in other countries might have
Yeah.
accredited one. So that's all I'm trying. I'm not asking.
Right, these people have completed all steps of the ECFVG, which is something for foreign veterinarian graduates, I imagine. And so there is there is an established pathway that looks at their education.
It used to be there for the doctors. ECFMG was the doctors for medical doctors that was available, and that was stopped in 90s, I believe.
Well, it still seems to be working for
For
veterinarians.
veterinary, yeah.
So, yes, good to know. Any other questions or comments? Representative Electus and then
Just
Sheila.
wanted to point out that there is an FN, but OPLC said the cost will indeterminate could be absorbed in their budget, so there's no significant impact.
Thank you. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I had concerns about this also. However, after speaking to members of the subcommittee, they pointed out that the bill specifically states that while this person is awaiting their opportunity to get the test, they can practice, but it has to be under the supervision of a licensed veterinarian or veterinary practice. So I think that assures me that they will be adhering to the practices that are recognized. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on your statement, do we know what supervision means? Because we've had this conversation in another bill about assistance and tethering and untethering from their doctor. Do we know what supervision means? And just as a quickie, Educational Commission for Foreign Veterinary Graduates.
Thank you. Representative Electus, you have an answer to that?
I think so. It actually, providing such person is employed by and practices the profession under the supervision of a duly licensed veterinarian. So they actually have to be employed by the veterinarian or the office. So they're tied together a lot more closely than like some of the other things we've heard about. The other thing it says, might alleviate some concerns. A conditional license may be summarily revoked by a majority vote of the Board of Veterinary Practice. So, I mean, they don't even have to do the normal due process investigation, everything, if they've got a conditional license. So if there are any complaints coming in, I imagine they'd be dealt with pretty promptly.
Representative Gould?
Representative Leckus handled it well. It's supervised by the physician in the office where they're working, not any stray veterinarian that wants $1,000 a month.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1526, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Anastasio.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yea, 0 nay.
All right, motion passes 20-0. Any objections to consent? Seeing none, we'll put that on consent.
And Madam Chair, I believe you have my report.
I do, thank you. And you get a gold star.
Nobody disappointed.
All right, House Bill 1521, Representative Grota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 0902H to House Bill 1521.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Uh, Before we discuss this amendment, this is a replace all. So we have to decide first if we want to support the amendment itself as given to us. And secondly, if we do support it, then what do we want to do with the content of 1521? We have a couple of choices. The ones that I would recommend would be to add some portion of 1521 into House Bill 1622, which is also about administrative rulemaking, and so the content would be germane. So if there's some piece of the original 1521 we want to include, we can add it to 1622 if we want it to pass immediately. Or we could decide to add the concerns from 1521 to a committee study of the topic, which we can do without a bill. The administrating rulemaking process is well within our scope. We can just put a committee on it and work on it because the issues raised are one thing, the actual language of the bill is another, and we could certainly study the issues raised without having a bill to tie it to. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I really appreciate the little colloquy you've started off here. I'm very much in support of the non-germane amendment, having participated, as a couple of us were able to a couple of days ago, in the hearing on the non-germane amendment. I'm very supportive, but at the same time, I don't want to jettison the content of the underlying content, in other words, of the bill as filed, because I think it really is an issue with some of the agencies that are not sufficiently open to input from the public, and which sometimes is very germane and very appropriate and needs to be out there so that the people can see it that are not necessarily watching the hearing or whatever the agency is presenting or doing at that particular time. And I've seen it with regard to some issues in the city of Rochester, which is in Stratford County, as you know, where I am the chairman of the delegation. So I think your proposal is a very excellent one, and I hope the committee will be supportive of retaining some and doing something this year with the underlying thing. I like the idea of studying it because I think it deserves more than just a compressed treatment of it at this particular time, which was all we would get if we were tacking it onto something else. And we wouldn't get anything this year. So anyway, I've said enough for the moment.
Okay. In that case, without objection, we will take up the content of 1521 when we are discussing 1622 and decide if there is something we want to amend to pass this year, and at that point we'll also decide if we need to create a study committee on it. Okay, Representative Simon?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we're talking about adding something to 1622, we have that on the docket for today. So are we going to delay that?
It's the next one. No, I mean,
So we have to be ready to go right now.
well, right, so the question is, do we support this amendment? And if we do, we will consider the original content of 1521 while we are discussing 1622, because it could be added to it appropriately. It is germane.
Would we need to get an amendment and
We
bring that
prob-
back next week?
We might very well need to do that.
Okay, thank you.
But we are coming back next week anyway, so
Yep.
it
Okay.
can be done.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair?
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. I'm trying to understand, are we saying that when we talk about 1622, we may want to amend 1622 to include some of the provisions of the original 1521?
Yes.
So the amendment would stay the same and could be processed, but we don't
Yes,
want to act on it.
In hindsight, attaching this amendment, which I do support, to 1521 was probably not the best decision. It should have gone on to 1286, the combining the boards of, which is not, we don't need to worry about.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So my only point is, I really think this is important. The recovery houses are very near and dear to my heart and important, and this would be good legislation for my town. And so, however I trust your great wisdom in how to best handle it.
Well, unfortunately, I found out that we can't just slide the amendment over to another bill without another hearing. But since we do have another bill that would be germane to the original 1521, I think we should cover it there. All right, so on the amendment, which Representative Groder, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
I'm so sorry. I apologize. Could you please repeat? You want me to speak to my motion?
Yes,
Okay.
or the amendment.
The amendment. Okay, so the amendment to 1521 replaces the entire bill with a bill that's related to recovery houses. And one of the issues that has happened is that because recovery houses are not identified in statute in a clear enough manner, everyone is using their local zoning ordinances to define them and is causing discrepancies throughout the estate on how these facilities are managed. For example, individual purchased a house with a means of having a recovery house, and in some communities, if you have 2 or 3 more people who are not related living in the same house, then it causes a whole throw into the zoning ordinances, which can delay the opening of the recovery house. And since we need these, and the ones that we have are operating well, this was brought forward as a way of resolving the issue. So it basically talks about recovering houses, meaning primarily a non-transient dwelling or dwelling unit that provides substance-free living. And that the people who are living in the recovery house are living as a single household. So that's what defines them. But it doesn't include a boarding house or a rooming house. So it's very clear that it's only meant for those people in recovery. So I think that the bill is important enough that we address it, and that's why I'm attaching it to 1521. And I realize that it is caused a whole bunch of problems for 1521, but it's not something that can't be resolved. Right?
Right.
So, thank you, because I know that people understand that 1521 was trying to address something, and I think that, well, I'm going to stop at that right now. I'm not going to go any further. We can talk about it later.
Okay. Representative Goley, you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only other comment I'll make is that we received a letter emailed to us from the fire marshal who is in support of this change.
Yes, that was
On the non-germane amendment.
on the, yes.
Yeah.
That's the subject of our current debate.
Good, well, that's important to hear from him.
Yes. So, yes, any other comment, Representative Mangiapane?
It's a question. This is similar to group homes that was in the 90s and early 2000 for people with developmental disability living in the community with staff, or is it, there's no staff, it's a
No.
private residence?
It's a private residence. There's no staff. A recovery house are people who are sober and living in the house with other people.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
It's not a
Representative
medical
Schmidt?
or counseling or anything facility.
May I, Madam Chair, having been at the hearing, you recall that they did talk about a manager. So I don't know whether, that certainly would be considered staff, but I think there is a clear difference to group homes and between and the recovery house.
Yeah, but at the hearing, they did mention they might have an employee there who would be, you know, who would also be working his way through recovery and would do things like make sure the bills got paid and not so much as a counselor as somebody that's making sure the house operates as a house.
That it's not left in the hands of the people who are there who are in recovery and who are obviously in a fragile situation in their lives. So there was a clear reference to a manager on board.
Anyone else? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also attended the subcommittee meeting on the non-germane amendment, and I may be stating the obvious, but these recovery houses are a large part of folks who are attempting to recover from substance abuse. And we obviously have a large problem with that in this state. And I think this is an important step to aiding those people who are willing to try and recover. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously not opposed to the content of the amendment. My biggest concern with adopting it is the underlying content, and I'm happy to vote for the amendment if, with the committee's approval, I might be allowed to work on the language of 1521, the underlying language, to see if it will fit into 1622 and bring it back next week.
Okay. Yeah, the testimony we got was that in many cases, a person opening a recovery house would go to the planning board or whomever, and they were not aware of what exactly was required. They weren't objecting. They just said, well, we don't know what we're supposed to do here. So this language is intended to make it clear to planning boards and zoning boards what a recovery house is and what the requirements are. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0902 to House Bill 1521, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk Roach, yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett. Representative Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
28 0 nay.
Representative Grota, you have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move OTPA on House Bill 1521.
Second.
Goley and Gould in a tie for the second. All right, we'll give this one to Sherry. All right, further discussion. Representative Grota? Representative Gould? Anyone else have a comment? Representative Brown, you have a comment? Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1521, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
28 0 nay.
All right, the motion passes 20-0. Anyone object to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put this on consent.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I just indulge myself a little to say it's a proud day to be from Warner, with Ben Frost helping to draft this language and Fire Marshal Tooney supporting it.
Yes, thank you. All right, so moving on to 1622, which is about the rulemaking process. And I'm moving Amendment 1064 to House Bill 1622.
Second.
And I will say that this is the result of the subcommittee language. This amendment is the amendment that the Administrative Rules Office brought to the hearing. It deletes the first paragraph of the bill, which talks about the rulemaking for retention periods, because the OPLC and the Secretary of State are working on that issue offline, and I'd like to have them settle it before we change the law. And then it simplifies the language in Section 2.
Madam Chair, did you distribute this amendment?
I thought I did. Oh, well, perhaps, is this amendment over there, Jackie? Okay. I did. I apologize for it not being there. It's a number 1064.
I thought several members had already gotten it. So I think
Madam
several members had
Chair?
already gotten it.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
gave
there's
it-
another amendment, which is 622 FN, which is 2024-0306H.
That is the amendment that the Administrative Rules staff presented at the public hearing. This is a combination of that amendment plus some other changes that were made by the subcommittee. It's a historical document at this point. Yes.
This amendment is not going to make it impossible to look at 1529.
Yeah. All right, so this is the subcommittee amendment, and
Do you want a motion or did you move it?
I'm already made a motion.
Did you have a-
And Diane seconded.
Okay, good.
Representative Schuett, do you wish to talk to your amendment?
I will just state that the subcommittee agreed to this unanimously. We heard from both Jelcar staff and OPLC that they were in agreement with the amendment. And so I think it's proper to move forward with it.
Okay. All right. So, is there any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I think we should now move into whatever content from 1521 some member of the committee wants to include in something to be brought forward this year. Yes, Representative Broder.
Thank you. So, the administrative rules process is one that has many components. And last year, and I want to avoid making changes to the administrative rule process when the changes that we made last year are still in process. And I believe last year we did address some of this public response from agencies, and those rules are coming to Jelcar shortly. So And I feel that that was a movement of the dial. And before we move the dial again, I'd like to see at least where did this take us? And can we, as a committee, agree to meet and talk about this so that we can make a decision that is going to be effective? Make a change that's going to be effective. That's my concern with just, just ad-libbing and just picking stuff out and sticking it in something else. And I don't want to belabor this, but we've seen what it's done to OPLC, right? So I would like to try to avoid that with a committee, with a division, with the administrative group, administrative rules group, and GELCAR, which is complicated enough as it is. So that's my 2 cents. So I don't know if that's helpful. I do believe that there is a need for 1521, some component perhaps, but I'd like to really take a look at it carefully before we add it to something else.
Okay. I believe the GELCAR staff has brought some examples of the reports on public comments to the rules that they can present to the committee, so you can see what is starting to happen because of the law we passed last year. Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I mean, certainly don't oppose the idea of taking a look at it carefully and not doing it in the middle of exec session. But I guess my only question is, has there been a draft of the rules that anybody's looked at? And is
Which
there either,
rules?
the rule, you said, Joe, that they're working on rules related to this. And my question is, if nobody's looked at them, fine, or they're not available, fine. I was just curious if they seem to address the issues dealt with in 1521 or not, or if looks like there would be conflict with what's in 1521.
Right now, the law we passed last year required that the agency report with the final proposed rule, the public comment they received and their response to it, how they dealt with it. Which is, and here are some samples that you can take a look at. That was effective for rules starting in October. So they're just now starting to come out.
All right.
I may have misspoke in my effort to try to, be clear what what we put together went into effect in October, and the documents that we're seeing are the results of that, which is not something that we had before.
Right.
Okay, so this is new.
Okay.
And you can see there's one from the OPLC, there's one from DES, there's a statement from the Lottery Commission. And that's a fairly hefty one that the difference is that 1521 as written, as it came to us, would require that this analysis be done before gave it 90 days at the end of the public hearing. And that's doesn't necessarily agree with the, what is the period for final proposals? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Mike Morrill, Director of Administrative Rules within the Office of Legislative Services. Currently, agencies have a 180-day limit from the time they filed their initial proposal with us until they have to file their final proposal. One thing that the bill as introduced does is add 90 days after the agency's had its public hearing to put together the report that's in here. That adds 90 days onto the whole process, which is going to require many changes in the law. But, Madam Chair, would you like me to speak further about the?
There, no, I just wanted to know what the cycle time was. It's lengthy enough as it is. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am not hostile to progress because we have been on the JELCAR for some time, in my case, 18 years. Do not imagine that JELCAR is perfect, that the process has been handed down from the divine throne and is susceptible to no further improvement. And so I'm open to the idea of anything that is going to improve the process. But I'm also mindful of the fact that the JELCAR, the administrative rule process, is not well understood by the legislature, certainly not by the House. In my 18 years of attending JELCAR sessions almost without fail, I have seen state reps in front of the JELCAR committee at hearings a handful of times. It's almost always a particular person with a particular problem. And so, and until I got appointed to JELCAR, I didn't know anything more about it than most of my colleagues did. But I've been doing it diligently for about 18 years. And I know that there's a misconception that we've heard in this committee a number of times, that the agencies are kind of running amok. They can do anything they want to, and they're doing it. I reject that because I think that by and large the agencies are diligently attempting to implement the statutes that we have enacted. Which is not to say that the agencies never overstep their authority or whatever. And Representative Goley will remember when we had this bill a year or so ago with regard to the food service entity that was required to put 1,000-gallon tank into the ground. They had been I think an ice cream shop before, and they switching over to, I think, crabs and that type of thing, and so forth, Clam Shack, okay? And they came in and they said, you've got a public restroom now, which you didn't have before. You're having people eat there and so forth, and you're putting stuff into the ground that is harmful to the viability of the soil to absorb that stuff and harmful to the environment. And they required them to put in 1,000-gallon tank. And that bill came to us. And I think a lot of us saw this as a mistake, at the very least, on the part of DES, and also possibly an example of heavy-handedness. And pursuant to that experience, there was a working group that was set up between DES and HHS, and I participated in that. And those people who were very experienced, people who had been in the plumbing business or the regulatory end of things for years and years, and they said, we've never had a discussion like this before. Because they said, the plumbing code says that, the plumbing code governs everything in the house and 6 feet of pipe coming out of the house. And the DES has a requirement that septic tanks and so forth and so on. But there was a lot of unclarity with regard to what happens when the plumbing line and the thing get close together, what governs them connecting up and transferring the material from the house to the ground. And that working group, under all this expert input, came up with some very good suggestions. But the point is that I think that that having experienced the turnkey landfill situation in Dover, where there were a lot of comments with regard to odor issues and other issues, and the DES kind of waved a hand to some degree and said, these are all non-germane, they're dismissed. But when the citizenry, with myself included a little bit later in the game, got involved and reached out and protested about the way this thing was handled, and the EPA found out about it, they said, DES, you have screwed up, to put it bluntly. And so I think this is an opportunity, the underlying bill, 1521, is an opportunity for the input of the citizenry, which may be uninformed in some instances or wrong in other instances, but that doesn't mean that the citizens don't know anything about anything at any time. And I looked at the stuff that the DES subsequently put out to us, put out to the public. There was a lot of very good input from the public. I don't know whether anybody else has seen that document, but in Stratford County, we saw it anyway. And the thing is that 1521 is an opportunity for us, and I think we should take this up as the chair knows, and some of the longer serving members know, we don't need a bill. We don't need a bill. We can take up any issue that a majority of this committee wants to study, and I think this is a topic worthy of that study. But I would like to see some of the stuff done now, because if we put it all in interim study, nothing will happen this year, and I think some of this stuff needs to be done this year, which means we have to consider it now. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Looking at if you want to include something for this year, the part that would make sense to me would be to require that public comment be posted on the website.
That would be a step in the right direction.
Because I believe that can be done without interfering with the process. Particularly written testimony should be posted. There's no reason not to. And I think that would be, as you say.
I think that's an extremely wise proposal, Madam Chair.
All right. Representative Blackus.
Just so I'm clear, you're proposing from the original 1521 to take just section 3 or any other part of it?
Basically section 3.
Okay.
Because that is something that some agencies do in part, but it, like responding to public comment, it's something that we would want every agency to do regularly.
Okay. And then follow-up?
Follow-up.
Really a comment. To Representative Schmidt's comment. Yeah, I chaired the subcommittee on that grease trap issue. It was actually conflict between DES and the Building Code Review Board. And it showed that interim study can sometimes be useful. And we got them to actually fix the problem without statute through rulemaking and other things. So it worked out. And it shows how glamorous this job is that I spent a number of meetings on grease traps.
Many years ago, I chaired the FOG committee, or study committee, fat, oil, and grease, about restaurant output. Yellow grease, brown grease. I don't know if any of you have ever had any contact, even smelling brown grease, but there's hardly a more evil smell in the universe than that
Thank you for
brown
sharing,
grease.
Representative Schmidt. Representative Simon, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize the complexity of how this all integrates when we're looking at the whole process. I would just like to offer once again to the committee, if the committee will give me its indulgence, to take the next week, look at the language and make some recommendations as opposed to trying to jam it into the next 10 minutes here in committee. I'd be happy to do that work if that's acceptable.
I think we need to give you some guidance, because if we wait until next week, admittedly, we won't have the final language before then, but we should have a consensus at least on what it should include or what it should not include. Because this time we've got a week. Next week we will have we will not have time.
If I may, I think that the 90 days is the most problematic part at this point, and I think the interested parties are interested in, they're okay with having that removed, so that we're not slowing down the process. So I think that would be something, if we're gonna cut that seems like the most reasonable thing to cut at this particular point in time.
So your suggestion is that we incorporate section 3, which is the publishing public comment, because we already have a statutory requirement that the agency report with the final rule, the public comment and their responses to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, even part B of one, I would just say, I'd like to take a closer look at that and have some conversations with a few people and just determine if there's something that could be done. And I'm happy to keep the chair in the loop, since you know more on this issue than I do, to not bring something back to the committee that isn't going to be agreeable. But I'd like to look at that particular section a little bit closer as well.
I'm willing to work with anybody on this because I have a lot of respect for this committee and having served on it a long time, but even this group of people, with the possible exception of our subs today, for whom this is all brand new. But the bottom line is there are a lot of experienced and smart people on this committee that have shown me that we can get results when we put our minds to it. So let's get at this.
Does anyone else have any opinion on this? Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to volunteer to help. I think that Rep. Simon's suggestion makes perfect sense, and he's in a much better position than I am to take the charge on that, but I would offer any assistance if he needs any tracking down comments from people or what have you. And I think the plan sounds like a solid plan.
Representative Groda.
Okay, I hate to be the wet blanket in all this, but I'm going to be. You know, we have people who want to be on the committee or want to help, but have no experience with the rule-making process or experience with GLCAR. So I think that it's fine if Representative Simon wants to work with someone, but I think that it should involve, I hate to do this to you, but I think it should involve you and I, and maybe
It doesn't hurt my feelings,
I
Representative Greta.
know.
I just didn't want to volunteer you for something else.
I know, but I'm willing to take a look at it and involve myself and involve the chair and involve someone from the office, because I think that that's critical. That's the way it is. I'm sorry.
Well, if I may, I think that Mr. Osterhout wasn't going to escape me, and I think he was knowing that in the background.
No, it's not
Oh, Mr.
really.
Morrow?
No, this is
Okay.
not really OPLC, this section of the bill.
All right. Yeah, he's waving off. He wants to make sure that that I know I'm not going to be bothering
Right.
him. But okay, well, Mr. Morrill and I can become friends. I'm fine. I'm fine with that as well.
I would absolutely volunteer to do that. I think there are some things here that, not intentionally hidden, but ramifications that most people would not realize.
All right. Okay, so let me restate what I think the action would be. Representative Simon will work with Representative Schmidt with his experience and Director Morrill to incorporate Part 3 as much as possible, and possibly some other section of House Bill 1521 to be amended into House Bill 1622. Is that what you understand?
Totally accept that charge.
Is that agreeable to the committee? Yeah, yes, well, I just wanted, I think having two people with Director Morrill should be able to do something. You will be under strict scrutiny. All right,
Fair enough.
is that agreeable to the rest of the committee? Yes. Yes, okay. Any objections, speak now, or you'll get squashed.
Not an objection, but yeah, having those people and having it reviewed beforehand is good. What I don't want is to come on next Wednesday and have things blow up.
I'll drink to that, yes.
It will be my every effort will go into making sure that doesn't happen, Representative Lakis, and I will try to get whatever we've come up with out to the committee before next Wednesday, so that you can review it beforehand. That'll be my goal.
Yes, yes, and this is, we're up against a deadline at this point, And I don't want to jeopardize the other stuff in 1622, which is why I was suggesting, part 3 seems reasonable. The other stuff I'm going to be very skeptical at, but we'll see what we can do.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Representative Gould.
This is a procedural question. Is it possible to pass the amendment as it stands in front of us and then do an additional amendment next week?
Sure.
That would kind of give that safety net that this piece would be in place.
We might as well finish it since it's a motion on the floor. So, okay, we will pass this amendment, and then whatever Representative Schmidt and Simon work out would be to the bill as amended. We can do that.
Agreed.
Okay, and let's, any other comments or concerns? All right, in that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1064, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Santana Sasso.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nay.
Okay, so we have adopted that amendment. We will recess the executive session on House Bill 1622 for Representative Simon and Schmidt to evaluate what parts of 1521 they want to include and develop an amendment that does that. And for everyone's information, House Bill 1095 has an amendment that is not yet ready, and that is also recessed to next week. Representative Grotto is going to be taking some time to go over that amendment. We will not be voting on it today because we don't have the final language, but anyone who has questions or concerns about that amendment is more than welcome to stay. And I think with that, those who don't have questions or concerns about how the amendment to House Bill 1095 are off the hook for today. And that will give them plenty of time to write their committee reports.
Is there a reason to discuss what's going on in 1271 in context, although it's kind of separate because pieces were taken out? And I don't have language for that either. I'm waiting from
Yeah,
all
so
us.
that's, we will have to,
I'll send that language out when I get it. I asked to have it by end of business Thursday. It was complicated, so
okay.
I don't know if there's any reason for me to stay now, I guess is the question.
Okay. All right, thank you all, and sorry we couldn't finish everything, but we're having trouble. We did.
Just so that I'm clear, does anybody want to hear about 1095, or are you all waiting with bated breath until next week? I can tell Glenn's like, save me. Well, I don't have it yet. When I do, I will. Yeah.